This session brought to you by Odyssey Games for pre-orders and sealed product, TCG Prime for tons of singles and supplies, Cardo Doko for international rulers looking for products, and fowlibrary.com for articles and wonderful deck lists, as well as our guest lecturer members King Pearlshine, Vite Ramen, Mognite, and Darren Noblock. Class is in session. Hey there, rulers. How's it going today? Welcome to June. Welcome to day 2 of the June GP, Discord GP, hosted by Games and Geek. This is the last chance qualifier, essentially, for the US player base here to get qualified for Worlds next month, and also 1 week post new set release. So a little bit of a Wild West here. We are here to bring you the top 8 coverage. We couldn't bring you the Swiss yesterday, but it was a pretty crazy spread. We'll have a tournament report up for it later, probably next week, to talk about everything, and we'll also talk about it on the podcast tomorrow because it's crazy. My name is Demo73, Jeremy Franklin. I'm happy to have you here joining us for the watch of this stream. Looking forward to some pretty cool games today. A lot of really cool decks in the top 8. Some new faces, some old faces. It's cool to see the players who we have today and what they're running, and some very interesting tech. As always, if you like what we're doing, want to consider supporting the channel, you can join us as a member in the link in the description below. Just click that join button. You get access to all kinds of cool things like the wonderful emotes. You can also get just subscribe or share out the videos as well. We appreciate that as well. And just tune in and enjoy the stream. Lots of cool stuff. We're going to be starting with Steven Jeswain and Todd Sprowls with Gas Killua versus Electra. Armament Electra from the new set. King Pearlshine, you were absolutely correct. Top 8 is currently 2 Falchions, a Brad-based Falchion, and then just a pretty updated contractless green control Falchion. Killua, Gas Killua. The starter deck, Aristella 1.0, the nerfed Aristella with Olympians with Paul Martinson, Asuka combo, Typhon, Electra, and a new Valhalla Loki with Olympians as well. So we have a Singleton ruler, we have a nerfed Moonchild ruler, we have a Rune ruler, we have an Order ruler, and then all kinds of other stuff. 1 second. Steven Holsheiser. Hang out. If you want to talk to me in the chat, Steven. Just go watch that. Looking forward to some really cool stuff here today. These lists are very interesting. We're seeing a good mix of new cards that were just released as well as old cards. Some interesting things about what was on the bubble. So 7th and 8th seed of this event were 3-1-1. It was a 5-round event, so they were 10 points. 10-point placing went down to 13th place. So 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th were all 10 points. So it truly was a tiebreaker kind of environment, which put us at Ainz and new Aristella, where the other decks and some other Killuas. Killua Control was also in that package of on the bubble, and just because of breakers didn't end up getting into the top 8. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, 5 contract rulers, 2 standalone rulers, and an order is pretty good in my mind. Yeah, especially because it's not all just one list. It's very, very different. Even both the Falchion lists are very, very different. The Falchion list brought to this event, the Brad version is being played by John Paul Clinsworth from Germany, who's here in the States. So he decided to join up. So it's a very, very cool list. Certainly took a lot of people by surprise, and we're probably going to see it later today based on how it's doing. But, you never know. Top 8 Swiss revenge is the thing. And so we'll see how that goes. He's playing against Asuka. We have Electra versus Killua. It's Typhon versus Typhon versus the other Falchion deck, and also new Valhalla Loki versus Aristella 1, I think is the full bracket. Let me double check in terms of the pairings here for what is paired up against what. So, because it is quite a spread. So yeah, it's the Brad Falchion versus Asuka combo, Aristella 1.0 versus the new Valhalla Loki. So the Olympians got matched up against each other. Falchion Control versus Typhon, and then Electra versus Killua Gas. So a pretty interesting bracket overall, and a really interesting spread of rulers going into it. I told people, I mean, how much of it is Paul Martinson's piloting and how much of it is the fact that Aristella 1.0 is still good, even if he doesn't get to use 2 Moon Children. That's certainly a thing. But you know, it is what it is, and we'll see what comes out of it. We're just waiting on them to finish up deck checks right now, and then we will jump into our first game. And some things to note here on the channel is that we will be doing press work for Worlds, but not doing the live stream of Worlds. So if you have not already gone and subscribed to the official Force of Will TCG YouTube channel, you absolutely should, because that is where they will be streaming the World Championships. Looking forward to seeing what they come up with there and kind of being able to maybe help support it, as well as just get general press footage of that while we're there. Looking forward to seeing what comes out of Worlds. Like, if this is any indication to me, like, this is 1 week post-event release, and this is what we have. I think this is an indicator of, like, when you get all of the world's best players in a room, we're going to see some pretty crazy stuff. And the meta is far from solved. So there's some pretty neat stuff going on here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of it. Overall, I think it's going to be a fun day. Could be fast day, could be slow day. I do know that a lot of the decks in this top 8 did end up kind of going towards time. And so certainly no one playing decks that are trying to just kill incredibly quickly, at least not directly. So there you go. If you have any questions in the chat, go ahead and let me know. And of course, while we are watching, we are going to have the players' audio on during the matches, because I can't. I mean, I'm going to commentate over that, but we are still going to have some player audio during the match themselves, because it's easier for me to have the players tell you what they're doing, and then when you need to kind of give color commentary over that, as I'm flying solo today. So, very excited to see what comes up out of it. There we go. There's Electra. Armament Apex coming up as our first true singleton ruler. Interesting thing to note is that in the top 8 deck lists, in looking at them, you should make some kind of comment about a sandwich. Thank you. He will appreciate that. In the top 8 deck lists, I was asked how many attack orders were being played, and in the top 8, there are 0. There were 0 attack orders being played in the top 8. There are also only, another card that people were wondering about was Rumsfeld. I see 2. Total of 2. Total of 2 Rumsfelds in the top 8. So very much interesting to see the lack of those cards in the top 8 representation. I would have thought that we would have seen a lot more attack order represented. Holscheiser saying attack order is garbage. Interesting to hear that. But we're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to get started in with top 8 coming here in a little bit. So see you all in just a minute.
Since I'm playing Electro, mine may or may not have been mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mom. I'm so sad I didn't get to show that.
My deck name was Hero Who Intensifies.
Gas, gas, gas. Oh, I forgot the pre-release. I forgot the pre-release
Okay,
date for this.
so we are here.
Where's my pre-release map? Oh, I
We're
found
getting
it.
ready to go as we have them getting set up and ready to go. Todd is the higher seed at being fourth seed, with Steven being fifth seed. Todd has chosen to take the play, so he's going to be going first, giving Steven the coin. So we are going to let them go all the way through resolving mulligans, and then we'll get them started on their time on rounds, and we'll jump right in. Obviously, you're going to be able to hear the players here because we only have, and so in the chat, if they need to be louder or quieter, you just let me know, because I can only speak.
Me
Um,
too.
so we can
I don't have
only.
mulligans though.
I'm playing
After
as I'm
Kilo.
commentating by myself. It's easier to just hear the player audio a little bit better.
And you said you're going first, so
Give me my frosty blue ice counters.
Okay, we are set to go on our end, so we'll go ahead and finish resolving mulligans, and then we'll start your 60 minutes.
I'm against Kilo. Wait, no, I'm against an
you
Ultra.
are Kilua.
I'm Kilvia.
I will keep my hand. Move this up. So make sure
We're gonna
these.
mull 3, I think.
Okay, with mulligans resolved, Todd, you will be taking the play on game one. You have 60 minutes. You may begin.
Alright. I will cost
Before
1. Oh,
before that,
you get your.
Yeah, we get to see which of these armaments Electra's going to
spectator
start
from
with
your
today.
side, and then I'll give you my armament.
Ooh, good call. I'll reveal the spectator from my side, too. Thanks for reminding me.
Oh, you don't have to do that. It's fine.
Both players starting with Rogue Spectator, as expected, from decks that have aggressive play lines to
7
stop a life
minutes.
gain.
Pick a number 1 through 7.
I refuse. I'll pick a number 1 through 6. 3.
1, 2, 3. We are starting with
We're starting with
Oh, I love it.
starting with Headband. Interesting.
all right, and you may go ahead.
And
Alright.
now we are in the game. Player audio is very quiet. I can turn him up for sure.
Spirit Stone.
That should be a little bit better.
Headband makes me so sad as a card because it has just like this huge window in its. When you upgrade it, you get invulnerability during the main phase and
Yep.
during while a creature's attacking. But when you move to combat during declare attackers, it doesn't provide any protection.
So let's see what happens
It's so
here.
sad.
All right, you pass, yeah.
Yeah, I passed. It's all
Okay, so
you.
no first turn action from
Oh,
Killua. We did see a Spirit Stone. I imagine we
Spirit
might see a
Scales.
Phantasmal Ascendant come down. Probably come down from there.
Will 1 for Ryzen.
Ryzen, we're going to get another armament right out the gate.
Will use green, chasing the enter effect to play Wind Servant of Ragnarok.
Wind Servant of Ragnarok. Okay.
Wind Servant, good to
Enter
resolve.
effect. Enter effect.
Uh, Wind Servant has an enter too.
Yeah. So the cast is good. He hits the board.
And he'll
Let's see.
produce a green mana.
That I will coin and cancel the enter with Fossil Girl.
Wow. Okay. So we used up the will
So
for a
Ryzen
Wind
goes.
Servant. We're going to get Ryzen to resolve here.
Pick a number 1 through 6 again.
All right, I can do that. 1.
1. We have Amulet Orb.
Ooh, Amulet Orb's really good here.
Most excellent.
So now we can't have our stuff canceled as easily. This is pretty good for sure.
And pass turn. Ryzen
And we
is
made
a 6/6.
we don't have to worry about the nice thing here is Killua now doesn't have a good amount of like we're not gonna see the potential explosive play that could come out of the deck on turn 2 because there was no Phantasmalus in it there. So
We will
that was pretty good.
Draw for turn.
draw turn is good.
Cover. Call.
Yeah.
Still trying to figure out the audio here. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Let me know.
Pay 1.
Okay.
Play Intel.
Play Intel, huh?
This is probably going to
You will
upgrade
produce a green
Amulet
to
Orb.
Lorite his ability.
Sounds good.
We burned another card here. Do we have a second one?
Enter combat.
Okay.
Swing 6 in the air with Ryzen.
6 is good. I'm at 34.
First damage of the match. There we go. Swinging in with the clowns. Lorite coming in to stop the Ryzen. Unfortunate.
And pass turn to you.
At the end of your turn,
This is probably where Phantasmal Ascendant's going to come in.
Light Moonchild.
Oh, filter to white. Okay.
Awaken by resting Light Moonchild and cast the beginning of a fairy tale to make 2/2/2s and draw a card.
Sounds good.
Right.
So one thing that we definitely have going for us here, potentially for Steven, is Rain of Blades,
Draw a card.
because it copies the
Okay.
spell, right?
Move to my turn. Draw for turn.
Or Blade Shower, because it copies
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
spell, so like a fairer spell can only stop one of the things. So the more armaments we have, the more like one Blade Shower becomes 3 spells, and fairer spells a lot harder to hit at that point.
Correct.
So that'll be potentially pretty helpful for for Steven, especially because copying them isn't casting them. So even under something like a Grand Leon, Blade Shower would only get like burn him for 1,000 damage as opposed to 3,000 damage or more. So
stay on top.
very curious to see exactly how this plays out, because this is certainly not as explosive of a start as I would expect from this gas deck. Maybe just being purely passive. If we see a pass turn, I'd be very surprised.
Kahlua Fossil Girl in the City to remove an ice counter, draw a card, and when the ice counter is removed from Kahlua, I will draw another card.
Sounds good.
So we're going to draw 2 cards with Kilo here.
2.
We still got to get rid of all those ice counters. Gas is now going to be pumping us up to give everybody swiftness at this point.
Right. And I will pass turn.
Oh, and just a pass. Not even going to swing in.
Your
Okay.
turn. I'll pay a red to flash it.
Phantasmal?
Phantasmal Ascendant.
Phantasmal Ascendant is fine.
Wow. Okay.
Stone.
Getting another stone.
Ataractius Memoria. Still at end. We'll play another one.
Another Phantasmal. Double Phantasmal. Wow. Okay.
Scorch Bales. It's fine. I didn't want to foresee anything anyways. Alright, and then we'll go to my turn.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we got 2 very bonus stones. We're going to have 5 stones
And
total.
move to recovery.
Recovery is fine.
We don't have any upgraded armaments, so we can't pump up intel right now, which is a little unfortunate.
Here, so we know which ones are going away. Hey, foresee one.
There you go.
Foresee a little bit too late.
Leave that on top.
Alrighty.
I think we might just start going in for aggro here.
I will.
Might see a looks like we might see a contract here.
I will pay a black and add silencing spell to what's Servant of Ragnarok stats?
He's a 1/5.
Okay, I'll add it to Lorite.
Alright. Before that resolves, I will
Wow, to play normal spells.
God's Art, Child of the Light Moon to silence you this turn.
Sounds good.
I think we're okay with this.
I will produce a green and remove Garyon from my hand to cancel silencing spell.
Sure.
Okay, so we're burning some resources here. Need 2 more to play normal spells. That's pretty good, just taxing everything.
That is good.
6 in the air with Ryzen.
6 is good.
Down to 28. Probably swing with the Phantasmals.
Pass to you.
Lose the
Stones
stones.
At the end of your turn, after end of turn triggers,
We're going
I
to do
will
his own
play
Phantasmal
Phantasmal.
Ascendant. Okay.
Call a Spirit Stone. And then
Certainly can draw a lot
move
of
over
cards
into
here.
my turn. Draw for turn.
I'm
The
really
for
curious about
recovery, I
how
will fix to white using Child of the Light Moon and Awaken.
another beginning of a fairy tale. This is the
Tale.
turn we're probably going to start to see something go in here.
Get
Gas
two
might just be
more
pretty
of
dangerous
these
here just because of
and
so
draw
many
a
bodies.
card.
Um,
Then we will
yeah, well, we need to get
recover.
two more
recover.
removed this turn. And I didn't see much in that hand from what I could tell
So
about
it's
ways to remove
recovery.
those ice counters. So it might be a little tricky to go in this turn because we have to hit two or more ice counters removed. And we haven't seen very much ice counter burn right now. That being said,
I will
we do
Cold
have
Stone
3 Spirit
with
Stones, so we can
Child of the
certainly
Crimson
draw
Wind.
a lot of cards.
4C.
Especially now that we see a 4C. And we do have quite a few cards in hand, so there's a very real chance that it's going to be able to dig for some way to remove those ice counters. I imagine we see
fix to red using Child
both of our
the
fixes are
Crimson
gone.
Wind to play a Phantasmal Ascendant and get a stone.
Okay, we're digging here. Another 4C there, but just tell if we want to dig for that card or not. Because gas is good, but if we don't have a way to burn ice counters, it just doesn't get you much. Especially since at this point in time, the only things that can swing are all like have 100 to 200 attack.
We will banish the Spirit Stone, draw a card.
If we have a
Produce a
Blade
red.
Shower in hand,
Play another Phantasmal Ascendant, call a stone.
just seeing all of the Phantasmals here.
Or
More
C.
4Cs.
That can stay on top. I will produce a green.
Okay,
Spirit
got a
Stone,
floating green. We're going to
and
sack with
banish
Spirit Stone to draw.
a card.
Sure.
I will use
That looked like it was the
my floating
gas.
green to Kilua Fossil Hub in the
There's
city to remove
digs
an
us
ice
a little
counter
bit
and draw
more.
2 cards.
So now we have +8/+8 precision and pierce off of gas. We still need to remove one more ice counter successfully to be able to start going in. So a Grand Leon helps here. That you see there's gas in hand, right? But we just need one more way to remove one more ice counter.
Have summoning sickness.
And it doesn't look like we do.
3 blockers.
I mean, they're still getting +8/+8.
4/4s and a 2/2.
And they will have pierce. But a lot of his stuff is small. His biggest thing that can attack this turn is a 4/4, so it'd be a 12/12. So, like, this isn't... Unless it's double gas, this isn't threatening a ton of damage this turn. Certainly not, especially if we have Blade Storm in hand for Steven. If we have Blade Storm in hand, we're, like, super set for being able to survive a turn.
Produce another green with Spirit Stone.
We're digging at this point, it feels
banish
like.
it to draw a card.
That looked like a no bite, no fight. If it was, there's our other counters.
I will produce a red to cast no bite, no fight. To remove an ice counter, draw 2 cards.
Now we're at swiftness.
I will use this floating green to cast gas.
Alright, so how much is it? What all is it giving your board?
+12/+12. Swiftness, precision, pierce.
Yeah, so that's just lethal, unfortunately. We did not see enough We'd have to have like double blade shower here would get us close.
Still at 40.
But-
So
But they're all
that's
getting
14,
the plus 12 plus
Yeah,
12
no, you
is
can't
just
do anything. You got it.
yeah. So that
Alright.
is the lethal line there. We go to game
Good
2.
game. Let's go to the next one. I'll sideboard it. This is all.
Thank you.
Okay. 3 minutes. Oh, gotta get these spirit stones out of my main deck. Okay. Step 1. Make sure that I don't shuffle anything in that's not supposed to be in. Okay. That all looks
Okay, so going into game 2,
yeah, no
that
pressure.
silencing
Just, 3
spell
minutes
could be
to
really, really
sideboard,
good.
shuffle, offer
Like
cuts, and be ready to play. That's totally cool.
Yay,
silencing spell, honestly, if it
I'm gonna
was
mulligan
able to
Prix.
stick, would be really, really good for Steven against the
I'm
Kilo deck.
going
It has to play so many
to
normal spells, and it's trying to do it without will. So like this could be really, really good. We just have to like stick it. Like if that silencing spell had resolved, it would have been absolutely gross. So I imagine that for Steven, we're trying to get that kind of out the gate.
Pick a number 1 through 7.
I refuse. I'll pick a number 1 through 6.
I'm pretty sure you have to pick one number 1 through 7 because there has to be the ability for him to hit that 7th card. I'm just saying, like
I'll roll 2d6 then. I don't have.
Do you have a D8? Do you have a
No.
Steven? Do you have a D8?
No.
I do.
Roll a D8, and then if it's an 8, it's a reroll. You have to be able to hit all 7. So just roll a D8, and then on an 8 it's a reroll.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it was a 5.
Works for me.
2, 3, 4, 5. Starting with Chain Sickle. Not super relevant.
Chain Sickle's a good card.
Starting
How
with
relevant
Chain
is it
Sickle
in this
here.
matchup, but... Alright, and then
Eternal and
Spectator.
Barrier, not able to grab.
Yeah, reveal Rogue Spectator.
Callstone.
Absolutely.
Fire Moon Fragment. 4C1.
You got it.
Leave that on top.
If we can get that silencing spell, I'm just like hoping for that silencing spell. That'd be pretty cool.
Energize for Lorite. Please don't.
Yeah, kind of figured. Pass.
That's
Okay.
kind of actually good for
Draw for turn.
Steven to bait out the Lorite here, because if he has a
Also,
silencing spell in hand and some way to
Spirit
stop the
Stone,
prevention, like,
and
then suddenly we have a
will
body on
pass.
board to be able to attach the silencing spell here.
Draw
So
for turn.
losing the Lorite's not a
Draw for turn is
super,
good.
super huge
Very
bad.
good call.
We have 2 will
Fire
to
and
play
Fright
through.
for
Kilo is
1.
1. So if we
Absolutely.
have silencing spell and a support card to help it resolve, like, that's pretty
Bottom
dang
deck.
good. And it's going to put a lot of hindrance.
Pay 1 for Intel.
Oh, okay.
What is
We're going
the
to try to...
upgrade on Sickle Doom?
Destroy target Dereznator.
Sure.
Target Chain Sickle, destroy Lorite.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're getting rid of it.
Intel.
Yeah, early horror form would also be very, very good. Except for the fact that it's, like, you're dealing with Killua, so you have
And combat.
Divine Lightning to be
Combat is
able to,
good.
like, prevent him from contracting can be rough.
I will take 4.
Takes 4. Down to
And
36. And a pass.
All right. Draw for turn.
Okay. Not seeing a Phantasmal Ascent in this turn. Buy Steven a little bit more time.
All stone. Force 2. What do we got? I can stay.
Yeah, an early horror form would certainly help if there's no Divine Lightning to prevent contracting.
And we will. Pass turn.
Draw for turn.
We do have a Blade
Sounds
Shower
good.
here, so we need to start getting other...
Cover, call.
We need to start getting more
Fire and Fragment for C1.
Go for it.
armaments here to make Blade Shower
Same
feel
all this
better.
time. We'll bottom deck that. I messed up. I should have buffed Intel before recovery. Damn it.
Oh, I forgot you could do that.
Yeah, me too. That's what I get for only having these cards for a week and not actually playtesting ever.
Hey, you're doing
Combat.
really well tonight.
Oh, that's true. I don't think
Combat.
Todd discarded a card
that's
because of Intel's Enter.
Or in the air.
Can you guys pause for just a second?
Sure.
I've stopped. I paused your timer. Just give me 1 sec.
Go for it. And he's 4 big?
He is he's a 4/4.
Okay. So it is just a warning, Shukong. It's just a warning for failure to missed trigger warning, and we just have a random discard from. Oh, sorry, I'm still here. Yep. Sorry, caught it. Bye. Yeah, Shukong. It is just a warning, and it's just a forced random discard from Todd's hand. So.
With Ryzen or Intel. I keep saying the wrong clown.
So because nothing has changed in Todd's hand, it's just a forced random discard at that point.
I will rest Chain Sickle to upgrade him and make him an 8/8 with Bane and Eternal.
I will fix this to red using Child of the Crimson Wind and discard Grand Leon, chasing that effect to burn him for 6.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was going to happen.
So Grand Leon comes down here to burn the intel before it gets pumped. Yeah, for sure. Epic Riddle, are you confused about the why we judge called, or are you confused about what's going on in the gameplay?
I will.
Phantasmal Ascendant comes down here. We see double Blade Shower. Do you see the Phantasmal? I imagine we see the Killua. Yeah, don't want to get him an extra stone there.
I will not get a stone. Draw good?
Yeah, draw's good.
Okay. Alright. Recover.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Whole stone. Spirit stone. Boy, I would have loved to hit that off of Phantasmal.
5 cards in hand, 4 cards in hand for Steven. I do see it looks like another contract, or at least another intel we need.
2 open mana?
2 open mana currently. Double Blade Shower is the hand for... And we just, it looks like maybe a silencing spell.
Moment to check on...
Got some card text here.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
What do we got going on here? Maybe worried about Blade Shower specifically.
Okay.
Without tapped armaments, though, that's one of the reasons why I was like, I'm not sure if getting the armament. Joe, he did discard. He discarded a second. The random discard was a Lorite, so he just played a Lorite, got it killed, discarded a Lorite randomly, and then the Grand Leon. Joe.
Recover. Gallstone.
Yeah, he discarded a second Lorite. All 4 of those 4 sea stones.
I'll leave that on top.
Looks like that does look like fire contracts. We need to have more contracts, though.
Combat is good.
4.
4 in the air. Let's see here.
Unfortunately, we will pass turn.
An unfortunate pass. Do we have another Phantasmal from Joe here?
At the end of your turn, fix to red.
Does look... Oh, we're passing to the Rogue Spectator.
Move into my turn. Draw for turn.
Okay, so just a couple of bodies here. Haven't seen those beginning of a Fairy Tales.
For recovery. This one. Tap for green.
Wind Servant coming
Also
down potentially.
City, choosing the mode to remove an ice counter, draw 2 cards.
Sure.
Okay. So we're now at 1 ice counter removed for the turn. So Gas is giving +8/+8 precision and pierce. Yeah.
That. And then still before recovery, we're going to do it again.
Sure, why not?
Okay, so now we are at
Lose an ice counter, draw 2
the
cards.
swiftness, the +12/+12 in swiftness.
What a hand for sure.
Looks like a lot of divine lightnings.
recover. Tall stone. 4 sea stone. What are you?
Let's see here. This is about the same turn that we saw Joseph kind of go in last time.
Bottom.
Yeah, this is the silencing spell in the game
Alright.
one was something that certainly would have helped, and I think that's probably why
Use
Steven was
green
playing it. But it's
to-
certainly difficult.
You're gonna get a kick out of this. Fossil Girl in the City. To remove an ice counter, draw 2 cards.
So we're going for Grand Leon here. We're clearly going for Divine Lightning.
And then I'm going to Mastery out Divine Lightning to Contract.
Sounds unfortunate for me, but good.
So Divine Lightnings get to come in here.
Get Predator.
Predator's going to attempt to
Hunter
try.
will go on the chase. I will target Grand Leon in my grave to put on the field.
Sounds good.
Oof, and the Grand Leon's going to resolve. Rough.
All right.
Now we do have
And
the
then
ability to.
while we're having fun here, I'll just stack a gas on this and give my field +12/+12 swiftness, precision, pierce.
Rather unfortunate, but yes.
That's going to resolve. Okay.
And then I'll
So that's
swing
certainly.
for 27.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. I can't really do much about that.
Blade Shower can hit anything cost 2 or less, right?
And then I will swing for 22 for game.
Yeah, the hand of Steven unfortunately can't really answer a Grand Leon. Because he's already taken 27.
Go out on my own terms. I'm going to pay 1 and rest Chain Sickle to copy Blade Shower, targeting Predator and Phantasmal. And
He'll take 1,000 from the Grand Leon.
Okay. Before that resolves, I would like to silence you, so that's the only spell you may cast this turn, and then I am fine to let that all resolve.
Before that resolves, I'm going to pay 1 to play another Blade Shower to kill my own Ryzen and kill myself on Grand Leon because I drew into all my black stuff and nothing else.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Good game.
So that is going to be a 2-0 win for Killua.
It was just my roughest matchup, and everything in my hand was black. I saw the 1 Ryzen, and then finally saw like 1 more.
Did not see more red spell to get the contracts online. Unfortunate.
Electra just needs a few more cards that call armaments. She has 12 things to upgrade, but only 8 things to actually make more, and it's really rough if you can't actually use their effects to get more armaments to have targets for those upgrades.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I made 2 lists for Electra. I might try my other one out and see how it works. And good luck at top 4. I hope.
Okay. So we've got all of the other 3 top 8 matches are still playing. Killua advanced. Both of those, ironically enough, both of those players are already coming to Japan to hang out with people who are going to Worlds. So it was just a matter of which one of them, had the chance to be able to sit at the tables at Worlds as opposed to just hanging out and playing inside events. So kind of weird that they got paired up, and also a little bit of an unfortunate pairing for Steven, for sure. And not resolving the silence, the silencing spell was rough for sure. That would have been really, really good. Yeah, great. Electra's good, but inherently inconsistent. Yes, by design, unfortunately. She has a little bit of vulnerability there. We're still waiting on the other ones. We're just kind of going to want to wait and see what happens there. Blade Shower is certainly good, but doesn't help against doesn't help us about dealing with Grand Leon. Unfortunately, it is too big. But Steven being a trooper and going out on his own terms, so it's kind of a weird day today. And so because I'm playing solo, we can talk for a little bit about kind of our thoughts about what we've seen in this top 8 overall breakdown, and then we're probably going to take a break because we want to get to the action. We'll probably do the showdown of whoever wins between Typhon and Falchion and Aristella 1.0 and Aristella 1.0 and Rune Loki. The whatever wins from there is probably going to be our top 4. And then we'll come back to the winner of the Asuka Falchion matchup versus the Killua deck. The winner of that matchup will come back to that player in finals to kind of bounce back and forth, and we'll go from there. So, yeah, this top 8 was top 8 and in bubble for contention. So, like, came down to breakers, right? Was a Rune Loki, Aristella 1, Ainz, Electra, 2 different Falchion lists, Killua aggro and Killua control, Typhon, and Aristella 1. So, like, a pretty good spread of, like, aggro. Oh, sorry, and red Aristella. Like, the new little red Aristella was also in that breakdown, too. So we had, like, mid-range, aggro, combo control, all still represented. Single rulers, rune rulers, tag rulers, in a sense that Aristella just gets one partner, and order rulers, and Moon Children rulers, like, all represented. Like, that to me is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool spread, especially 1 week post. I'm very happy with that. Some pretty interesting deck builds for sure as well. Going into this weekend, Killua certainly felt like the safe choice, but we've certainly seen some other very cool builds. Killua is the bane of your existence. Sorry, Steven. I'm sorry, buddy. Overall, though, like, this just gets me very curious to see what Worlds brings to the table because, you know, I said this before, you have the best players in the world who all have very different play styles and kind of approaches to the game, who are going to have little over a month with some event, for them. We also have the Ruler School Discord event that's happening in a couple weeks. Like, so we'll have some information and knowledge about what the international community is thinking, or at least what the US community is thinking. But then, a little bit of a ghost town for a bit as we walk into Worlds, and I very much anticipate some pretty silly builds. There were also some grim tag combinations that, like, were close but had some poor matchups, so, like, still have some room to innovate. 2 Kaguya 3.0 decks. There was a lot of cool stuff that was being played. We saw K1 and Fault Gold being played, and that ended up at 2-2-1. 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1. So, like, but one of its losses was certainly, from what I heard about it, it was just like a player, like, could be optimized to have been a win. So, like, that's some room to grow. Like, there's certainly a lot of stuff that could be done to kind of experiment here. Not as much Rumsfeld as I was expecting to see, not as much attack orders. I was expecting to see a little bit more, like, a Brad deck being first seed coming out of Swiss was certainly interesting. I'm curious to see if that same deck being done by JPK finds success after it has a spotlight shined on it. Looking at the build, it certainly seems like something it was kind of designed to catch people off guard and then, capitalize on a 1 week meta. And once it's known, it's kind of might be a little bit easier to mess with, but we'll see. Steven, I'm not telling what I built so far. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I think overall consensus from what I'm hearing from the international community is, like, there's a lot of room to goof around. There's a lot of room to experiment. There's a lot of room to innovate. There's a lot of room for creative expression. But it is ultimately going to come down to, I think, player skill and tech choice and good meta calls, which is, like, I think what we want Worlds to be. Like, I don't think anyone wants to walk into Worlds expecting just, like, one deck to be the deck. Like, I imagine like I played in Worlds twice, right? And there was the Worlds where it was just Blazer Knights everywhere and people got really bored with it. And there was also the Worlds where it was just Prisia and Fox, and like that was really annoying because it was just like that over and over again. But like the best Worlds and the people that seem to be enjoy the most Worlds is when there's a lot of flexibility and space to innovate and kind of play around with it. And this to me feels like the Worlds that's going to have the most space to do that, of maybe even any Worlds format ever. So that's something I'm very much looking forward to. The top 8 lists, yes, they are public for sure. Those are available on the Forcible Global page. We will also be doing a post of those lists over on the Ruler School Facebook page, and we'll be doing a tournament report about this event once we know final standings at the end of Top Cut. So very curious to see what comes out on top and kind of what ends up being the win. Still waiting to see how any of these other games are going. Doesn't look like any of them are finished up yet. Yeah, all still playing. So just waiting to see what comes down. And they have we had a little bit of that time delay, right? So they've got probably about 20 minutes left on the round. So still plenty of time to be able to see who comes out on top. But like, I don't think anyone can deny that this, and Foul Library, yes, Foul Library will also post them as well. If you want like just a printed lists that way, for sure. It's a great place to go. This is like, I'm really bummed that I couldn't stream yesterday, but then I think I probably would have really enjoyed watching streaming yesterday because I feel like I would have seen a lot of really cool stuff, but it almost kind of makes me more excited to see like that the meta, and obviously 1 week post has an influence in it, but like that there is so much flexibility into it. It kind of like reaffirms what I already thought going into this weekend of what the day would be. Like it's not going to be just like clean and simple cuts. It is going to be creativity and everything else. And so then we also like saw that in what was being played yesterday, which was really, really nice. So that is going to be it for right now. We're going to go to a quick break while we wait for results of the other 3 matches, and then we'll come back. And like I said, we're most likely going to see the next round will most likely be the winner of Typhon and Falchion versus the winner of Aristella 1 and Loki, and that's who we'll put on stream for next round. So we could honestly see Typhon versus Rune Loki next round. Like that'll be really interesting to me, if that's what comes out of it, because that's like not a matchup I would have expected to see the top 4 tables. And so we'll have to see what comes out of it. But ultimately, though, we'll be back in a little bit. So see you all in just a minute. And as always, if you like what we're doing, consider joining the channel as a member. We appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
isn't it showing you? Weird. All right. You can go ahead and shuffle up your mulligans. Paul, are you first or second?
I will go second.
Okay. Another Paul Martinson special.
Going second.
Going.
I think it's the usual normal special. What Moonchild do you have with Aristella today?
Darkness.
Darkness.
That looks like you got bounce and lightning.
Yep, I got water and light.
What? Water can only bounce resonators, right?
Oh, it can bounce anything that's not a ruler or magic stone.
That's kind of neat. I don't know why I
Nifty.
thought it was gonna be
A lot of people are like, oh, it's just resonate, right? Nope, it's anything pretty much.
Yeah, I'm glad I checked. I'm good. I'm just mindlessly shuffling here.
Very good. I was doing the same. Where would you like me to cut?
Halfway is fine.
All right, cool. I'll have you do the top 10.
Sure. On the main deck, and then what do you want?
Main deck, and then stones is good for half.
Sure.
So let me just do half for stones, or
Yeah, half for stones is fine.
Just as a reminder that Paul is playing Aristella 1, so the starter deck Aristella, which can still be played. It just only gets one Moonchild, but still gets all of the mastery stuff. So it just is kind of a nerf to Aristella. And Paul is playing, Matthew Lindley is playing Falchion. Is kind of pretty typical in terms of what we've seen Matthew in the recent top 8 appearances, but this time he's playing Child of the Light Moon and Child of the Water Moon. So interesting decision there. No darkness on the line. So we'll see what ends up on top. Keeping in mind that Matthew does not have an invite and Paul does. The other game is Quinoa, Gas Quinoa versus the Brad heavy discard deck. Falchion Brad.
All right. Welcome to top 4. You have 60 minutes. You may begin.
And with that, our timer round has started.
Enter your draw.
Okay. And then I'll reveal Rogue Spectator. Is my automatic good to go off?
Yes, that's one.
Reveal Wall myself. Draw a card. Alright. Wall, dark. Cool. We'll go ahead and start the game by calling Stone.
Here, hitting a magic sound of
knowledge.
One thing that's interesting about Matt's build is that he is playing the new Brad Separate Soul card, Conflicted Memory and Soul. The deck has a lot of green spells in it, so just has like an additional little support card there. I imagine we might start to see, if the Brad deck becomes popular, we might start to see Wind Moonchild come in a big way, to be able to mess with people trying to use the Brad cards a little bit. And a Spirit Ring getting searched off of Daily Research. Interesting choice there. Okay. Well, we are probably playing the Fiolas as we have done in the past.
And we will go ahead and
passing the turn there, looks like.
pass from there.
Drop a turn.
Mhm.
Call Stone.
Yep.
Magic Stone of Rain.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Right.
I just say
Um,
Magic Stone of Rain and a pass. Probably gonna expect to see that a couple first couple turns of that from the Aristella one.
We'll go to my turn.
Okay.
Before draw phase,
Okay.
I'll tap 1 and play Priscia's Big Show.
Sure.
Priscilla Box Falchion, as we've seen before.
We'll leave them in that order. Alright, go to draw for turn.
Mm-hmm.
Go to recover.
That's fine.
Alright. We will call stone.
Mm-hmm.
Revealing another magic stone of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
We'll convert to light using have a light moon to play Spirit Ring.
Spirit Ring coming down, probably gonna pop the wall.
Go ahead and Master Rebirth. Scry 2 draw.
Go ahead.
Gonna do a Rebirth of Different Princess, see if we can find something to answer this Spirit Ring. We certainly don't want our wall to be popped too early.
Yeah, Spirit Ring's fine.
Okay. Target your wall.
Yep.
Yes.
Draw for turn. Move to untaps.
Hmm?
Foresee.
Hmm?
Oh, put on top. Move to my end step.
And then just
Yep.
a pass turn.
I will discard a Magnet.
Paul having to discard
Okay.
Magna and let it discarded. We're up to Union 1.
We'll go to my turn before unrest.
Mhm.
We'll tap 1 to play Priscia's Big Show.
Yeah, that's fine.
Puts it at 2 counters for Priscilla.
Mm-hmm.
We'll leave them as they are.
Mm-hmm.
Go to draw.
Mm-hmm.
Go to recover. Oh,
Oop.
sorry. Give me a second. My camera fell. Oof. 1 second. Stay. Okay. Is it still totally visible there?
Yep, I can see everything. Okay.
Cool. Ugh. Okay. Go to recover.
Before your recovery. Scry 2 draw.
Gonna scry 2 and draw while he's tapped out, just to try to shape the
That's fine.
hand. Are we doing anything else here before recovery?
Actually, oh yeah, it's the most section. Hate it.
What else are we doing here, Paul? Curious what else we're seeing before recovery while he's fully tapped out. How do we capitalize on this will?
Or I could keep fighting over it. reminder, guys. Sorry, I'm just thinking through my
You're good.
plan.
You're good.
I'm gonna cast a pollen.
Oh,
Yeah,
a pollen here. We're gonna get to remove something from the game. Probably the wall. Maybe the spirit ring might be the thing to hit here,
Pollen.
just to get it out of the way, because like the wall will pop regardless. The pollen is the spirit ring is additional will, so maybe that's the thing to hit here.
That leaves you with 1 will left over after that.
Yep. I have 1 magic stone of rain up, and have not used filter.
Do we see something come down here in response to this? We can. I don't think there's a spirit that helps us here. Viola doesn't help because it's a resonator spell.
We will. That's good. We're gonna say that is fine.
Okay.
And it's gonna resolve.
Pollen, I'll target your spirit ring.
Yeah, we are gonna hit the spirit ring. That makes a lot of sense.
In response, I will Child of the Water Moon to bounce it back to hand.
I will respond by filtering into green and lowering that activation.
We lorite to
That
stop
activation.
the Water Moon Child,
In
so that
response
we.
to that, I will Conflict of Memory and Soul, getting rid of a Prisia, Seeker of Friends.
Down comes the conflicts.
The Water Moon Child bounces that.
We saved the spirit ring. We did
You
burn
may
some
go to
cards out
hand.
of hand. And then we get to move on.
So recover.
Mhm.
All right, we'll call stone.
So we'll see. So because we don't have access to Phantasmal Ascendant in this list, but we are playing the Wish of the Fallen Kingdom,
Currently tapped out, right?
we do not have a way to easily get to 5 stones
We
for
are
Witch.
going
We have to like
to-
naturally get to 5 stones for the Witch Train. So
Tap 1. Play Prisia, Seeker of Friends. Or not Prisia, sorry, I meant Prisia's Big Show. Big Show.
Yep.
So we're going up to our 3rd Big Show cast. What are we grabbing here?
Deck. Alright.
What's the grab? If we tap out to play Prissy here,
And we're
like
gonna
that's
tap
the thing
2.
about. What's the 3 drop?
Play Prisia.
Okay.
Ray Asnable, maybe? That could be the grab
Enter
to
effect.
stop the enters. Like, this would be pretty good.
Put a Ray Asnable on board.
Yeah, Ray Asnable. Yep. So that you don't get any enter effects. So this turns out the Olympians pretty well, and I'm not sure
Where do you
if...
want me to cut?
Halfway's fine.
I'm not sure what Paul has in regards to
Draw for turn. Untap.
non-enter based spot removal, like board wiping. So let me check the lists here. At least in game 1. Like that Ray might not ever leave, which would be probably a big problem for Paul to deal with, because this makes Sword feel a lot worse. I mean, we could get to Gary and just kill it eventually, but everything else is like an enter effect. Here, like the Olympian package, yeah, there's no non-targeting board wipe that's not an enter effect. That's gonna be the trick here, for sure. The only way he has to remove that Ray Asnable now is to play a Garion for 5, which might be very, very hard for Paul to get to. Oh, that's true. 3-drop Athena could kill it if he gets to swing with it. That's true. That's online. Because it's exactly 900 damage.
will filter in the black.
But all of his boys to answer the Ray deal with
Valhalla.
with
That removes 4 rays.
swinging.
That is gonna be fine.
So this is going to pump up our union count pretty immediately. And since we have we still get the continuous effects of Union 7, which are pretty good. So like we can get to having everything be huge. We can get to, we also are playing Wall of Terror, so we can protect the Athena, the Athenia. But which four Olympians are we removing here? Probably the ones that don't matter. Unless we have a raise and revive, in which case Athena might be one that we're removing right now. Paul is also playing the library card in his deck, so he could have it a way to get back the Athena a different way, which is helpful for even cheaper. Hestia would allow for it. Yes, that's true. If we can get to Union 7.
Like Hades, Aphrodite, Athena, and then Artemis.
Okay, cool. So we do probably have a raise and revive.
6.
Union 6. Because we discarded the Magna Leneth earlier. So pretty close to Union 7. Very, very capable of getting there. That's a cute tech of Invitation to New Valhalla as a card you can cast off of Dexia's advice as a way to cast it for free and just kind of go a little nuts with your Olympians. It can get you, if you have one Olympian somewhere, it could potentially get you Union 7 immediately. Just like resolving Dexia's advice gets you Olympians, Union 7. That's neat. Using Invitation. That's true. Thank you, Steven. Still learning all these new cards.
All birth strategy draw.
Birth of Twin Princes.
Or actually, hold on. Reasonable's how large?
He is a 9/9.
Oh, we can give precision with birth. That's true. We can give Apollon precision.
Yeah, I'm going to give Apollon +4 in precision.
So we're going to try to kill the...
Combat?
Yep.
Kill.
How big is he?
He is a 10/11. I will attack into reasonable.
So block with Prisia.
Shoot Prisia.
We have the Darkness Moonchild to pop the Prisia, and then Ray gets killed by the Apollon. That's pretty good. That was a pretty good line.
Oh, that's fine. Shoot Prisia.
Damage. Go ahead.
Nice. Got the Ray Asnimal off the board. I'm trying to check if there's a second one in the list for...
we will recover.
There's just one. That is Lindley's only Asnable, so that is a big... It's a big deal. For sure. Getting that off the board is certainly a big hurdle cleared for Paul.
We'll convert this to... Actually, we won't convert that. We'll just have 2 here. For a light, or not a light, dark and a green to play Magic Stone Research Institute.
Sure, that's fine.
Enter effect, we'll pitch off Solid of Knowledge for an Adoraticas. What do you currently have removed from play?
Hades, Aphrodite, Athena and an Artemis
Artemis.
with a Magna and Lenneth in my graveyard along with all the cards and balls in play for 6.
Okay.
Let's see.
We'll tap 1.
So we have Institute live. We are 1 stone away from going for the Witch Train.
Spirit Ring.
Yeah.
Spirit Ring, I think, has to pop something, right?
Well, we'll tap.
You may. It does say you may, so that's important
this
here.
to light. Light to play a Flashing Smile.
Flashing Smile here.
Sure. Flashing Smile is fine. You go to what? You have 5 cards in hand?
4 cards.
4 cards in hand. Okay.
And I will ask you.
Draw for turn. Move 2 untaps. Almost.
Moonshade. We're at 4 stones. We do have a tapped out. So there's a world here where we go for not a Dexy's advice, but there's a world here where because we're tapped out, we go for a during Matthew's turn barrier eternal Flight of the Holy Sword, so that we blow up all those additions while he's tapped out. But he does because even Memory of the Soul doesn't help here because we have Stone of Rain. Like, that feels like it's a really good call here. Then we blow up all of his additions, and we have Barrier Eternal on his turn anyway, so even if he goes to 5 stones, he doesn't have a way to kill the sword, so going in like doesn't help him at all. Right? That to me feels like the line here for Paul.
We'll filter this into
Fiola can, but the fact that Matt is fully tapped out is the problem here.
Library.
Like, oh, but he does have access to potential double will from the Fiola with the Spirit Ring. You're right. Didn't think about that. We're going for library here.
Scry 2 draw.
Scry 2 draw. It's going to go to the RFG. Yeah, I always forget that Spring Spirit Ring can generate the will for Viola.
Both these cards. Oh, I can get both these cards. That doesn't vanish.
What are we grabbing here for Paul? I'm trying to look at the deck list for main deck. Seeing what the potential grabs are here. Setting up Union 7 feels like the play. We certainly also probably really want Raise and Revive if we have them. Paul is playing 2 Raise and Revives. Keep them both on top.
Activate the draw, discard effect. Hold on. Replacement effect here before that happens.
Yep.
Drawing both cards because of the library.
Fellow Tendon of Asmodeus.
Cards in hand.
Oh, so we...
Currently 4.
Okay.
Activate to cast.
To cast what?
One of these cards. They cost 1 generic blast.
Yeah.
Turn to green.
Playing the Attendant of Asmodeus off of the library.
Not filter. actually just tap it for green. I will cast the Attendant of Asmodeus.
We're gonna recover
actual
some
card himself?
stones.
Yeah.
Attendant coming in.
Yeah, the effect is a discard effect from hand, so I wouldn't be able to do that. I will float. In response to his enter, I will float
We still have a Light Child up. I imagine there's probably something in hand to be able to answer the Light Child here. Maybe a Lorite.
float with red mana.
Floating
Okay.
red.
In response, I will Light Moonchild.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so we burned the Light Moon Child, recovers our stones, and sets us up for a Union 7 next turn. There's our Union 7. Recover those stones.
2 more unique names, so up to 8 untaps.
Got a lot of will to play into Matthew's turn. We are at Union 7. Persephone's unfortunately in the RFG instead of the grave. And we are underneath a Light Moon Child. But at this point in time, we burned both the God's Arts.
I will go to my end step.
And then we just pass the turn. Leaving up all that open will while setting up for the next turn. Pretty good. I imagine we start to see the raise and revive lines.
That's fine. I will attempt a Loki's Insight.
Ooh, Loki's Insight here.
In response,
This is pretty
I will
good.
tap 2 with Spirit Ring, play Fiola.
Fiola will resolve, and then I will filter into green mana and cancel her enter.
Ooh, so we're going to rip some good cards out of the hand here.
Alright, that's fine then.
Okay. Insight?
Alright.
Insight's going to steal some cards.
Faith, Campanella, and Priss's Big Show.
Definitely take the Big Show. Well, and probably the Feath Sing. Probably. Yeah, I think you take the Feath Sing and the Prisia here would be the grabs for me. Those would be the things that I would think to grab. The Keep the Faith, like the graveyard's not really stacked right now.
No, actually, I do it that way.
The Prisia being in grave helps you, right? Because there's no way for him to buy it back. And it takes out, this is post after draw before recovery, right? So like he'll get up with the Campanella and draw into some more stuff. Oh, it does take the Keep the Faith. I mean, I suppose there's a world where like the Keep the Faith just helps him buy back the Feath Thing. So that's fair, but I'd rather like force the Keep the Faith to be the I'd rather force the Keep the Faith to use on the Feath Thing as opposed to letting him keep the Feath Thing. Just feels like more hand control personally.
We'll go ahead and for blue and void to play Campanella.
Just gonna go for the Campanella. Yeah, Keep the Faith can grab the Feasting, but I'd rather like force the Keep the Faith to be used on the Feasting as opposed to letting him like choose when he wants to use the Feasting.
Enter effect.
And then also like
oh yeah, it's got an enter, doesn't it? That is fine.
I will declare Wall of Terror.
Okay.
Wall of Terror is now locked out.
Using Transparent Moon, I will tap for draw.
Okay.
Fountain of the Oblivion Moon has declared.
Tap for draw.
Okay.
We still have not called Stone this turn.
Alright.
We'd have to call Stone to get our 5th Stone to go for the Witch.
Pass to you.
Did not call for Stone. Just a missed Stone call. It's a potential big misplay.
2 untapped.
Now, he does have, I mean, at least has one will, like, to kind of make up for the fact of the missed call stone because of the spirit ring, but, like, that feels rough. Probably going for an advice here.
2 down to 34. And then I'll cast Hera, the 9th Olympian.
Hero, the 9th Olympian.
Burn some life that I've missed on. My apologies.
Mm,
Hera coming in.
again.
Get to look at that hand and pick another card. This also means that he gets 1 card this turn, because as soon as Hera, if this Hera enters, then at this point in time, Matthew gets 1 card per turn because we're at Union 7, and that's really rough.
We will tap a ruler to draw.
Okay.
We do have the feasting, but we have to fight over the feasting. Yeah, clearly wants to
I
draw.
will Conflict of Memory and remove 2 cards. Conflict of Memory and Daily Research to cancel her.
I think you're okay here.
1 card in hand?
The last
1 card in hand.
the last card in hand is known, and it's feasting at this point in time. If we have something that we can Dissonance of Rain it. Nope, we don't. That we can use with Rainstone. If we can somehow get that Hera back, we're in a good spot. Stone of Rain is, like, we know the last hand at this point in time is feasting. 5 additions.
We will draw for turn.
Up to feasting +1 in hand.
We will recover.
Yep.
All right. We will tap to draw.
We're just staying at 4 stones. Interesting.
Cards in hand.
2.
2 cards to 3 cards. 2 unknowns to 2 unknowns. This is very interesting to me.
We'll tap to draw.
The size for Matthew make me think that the hand is not shaping up to find him what he wants. Losing that Ray Asnable feels like it's pretty rough.
Tap 2. Play Mikey.
Mikey.
Sure.
Alrighty. Enter effect targeting Magic Stone Institute, Research Institute.
Ooh, we have double Institute. So
We
now...
Call Stone. Magic Stone of Moonshade. Or, the enter effect of Magic Stone of Moonshade. Automatic trigger there.
Sure.
Yes. Really quick
So-
for, how do you want me to do that? Because I know I messed up the trigger part on that.
We'll just call it a miss trigger and keep going, I guess. If that's okay, Charlie.
What?
Judge, what do I do on that?
What was the trigger?
Magic
I
Stone
duplicated
Research
Magic Stone of Research Institute.
and then called it stone, like before.
I went to
the
call Stone
trigger.
before I did that.
With Mikey? You
Yeah, with
duplicated
Mikey.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a rewind. Like all he did was call a stone. So
I mean, I know what I would have called because I would have pitched off Magic Stone of Knowledge, but
Yeah, it's mandatory, so
Okay.
you have to pitch and then do it.
okay.
Okay.
So we'll
going back,
rewind.
I-
Stack.
yeah.
Yep. Stack.
so
that-
I
stack
would
a stone.
pitch off the Magic Stone of Knowledge.
Yep.
Which would
And
put
this
in the Magic Stone of
happens-
Moonshade.
And then
um,
you have
Yeah. Then I go to Callstone.
Yep.
For
So-
Secret of the Wanderer Moon.
So we have 4. If we have, I mean, at this point in time, we just need Witch of the Fallen Kingdom, because now we're at 5 stones. So now everything's super huge.
We'll leave that card there.
Okay.
Enter battle phase.
The Viola.
Right now I have a +8 to board. I have 4 different stone types.
So plus 16 total.
So 16 total. So we'll start with Viola. Swing for 2100.
I think you
I'll
take. Oh no, we're blocking with the attendant there. Stop the greater amount of damage
Campanella. Swing
for
2000.
20.
Sure. 14.
So down to 14.
With
Or
that,
isn't it 18? Or she gets +1.
she gets 200 because I have a moon on
Yeah,
the field.
Jack of all trades came in here.
And
Duplicated the
then-
institute.
Oh, silly me. Oops. Could have done that. Oh well, nothing to do on that. We'll go ahead and tap a green and a blue.
Do we have the Prisia?
research.
Hardcast a daily research. Interesting.
I haven't
What
used
are
that this
we-
game, have I have. Okay, cool.
How many different magic stones do you have?
I have 4. I have a Knowledge, Ataratica's, Moonshade, and Secret Stone of the Wanderer Moon. So it'd be
But he
+8,
has
and then I
but
have
he has 2 institutes,
Yeah,
so it's
yeah,
+8 twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. That's
Is daily research good?
yeah, that's fine.
What are we searching off this daily research? What edition? I mean, this feasting is the biggest cancel I've ever seen, but double checking the lists here. The only other edition in
Illusionary
place
Flower of
is-
Sorrow.
yeah, it's the Illusionary Flower. I was
Okay.
like, it's either the Brad card or the Illusionary Flowers. The only other searches he's got.
Then draw off of daily research.
Fouch. Oh, sorry, I have the wrong life totals. That's my fault.
Then we'll pass.
Thank you guys for catching that.
Draw for
Should be reversed. Should be Paul is at 14.
Move to untapped.
My bad. I just had the life totals backwards on my screen because of where I'm looking versus what you guys see. Apologies. Paul is at 14 and Matthew is at 4,000.
I'll put that on bottom.
If we can resolve Sword, we're in like ridiculously good shape because we're wiping so much of Matthew's things here. And we do have Stone of Rain to help with that. Does seem like we're going for a sword here. Dexia's advice also could be the line. An uncancelable Dexia's advice? Okay, so we're going for Dexia's.
Dexia's advice awoken.
Dexia's advice awoken. In response to that,
What are we going to see here?
actually, anything yet?
Do we have a second
that
Stone of
is-
Rain?
That's fine.
Okay, Dexia's advice is going to get us some stuff.
Mhm.
What spell are we grabbing here? Raise and Revive? But it needs to be a water chant to be able to be uncancelable. If we have a second Stone of Rain, then we can awaken the moon to make it, or the sword to make it uncancelable, I believe. That would be the play here to get around this feasting. Unless we have other things to mess with the feasting. What are we grabbing here, Paul? Knowing that there's a Feasting in there.
I'll get a Poseidon and a Persephone.
Poseidon and Persephone.
The card I cast will be...
Let's see here. We can pop the Mikey. It's probably the best grab off the Persephone.
Light of Raisin Revive mode is to put something into 3-drop or less Resonator and Exile into play. Persephone will can Mikey give himself barrier in any way?
He cannot give himself barrier.
Okay.
Okay.
I will target the Mikey. The Poseidon Enter will target himself.
Okay. In response.
Yep.
First, how many 12 Olympians do you have engrave?
Engrave?
Engrave.
I think just one.
Which one?
Magna and two. Magna and Lenneth and Apollon. And Hera.
Apollon.
There are 3 engrave.
3 engrave.
So,
What's your
so we're
current
at Union
Olympian
7
count
for
at?
sure.
10.
And it's...
Union 7.
So, you have
So
how
Magic
many
Stone
moves
Research.
in the game?
There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 unique Olympians
Six-
removed
six
from the
are
grave.
removed?
2 in play.
In play. Okay. Thinking.
Cut if you wish.
A lot of wills still left available.
Anything for cuts there?
Paul only
Cuts
plays
are fine.
one Artemis, though.
I'm thinking real quick.
Yeah. I just wanted to get that out of the way so you can think
Yeah.
here.
That's the trick here, is that Paul only plays one Artemis.
Check this real quick.
So, and the Artemis has already been removed. So we don't have a way to get, like, draw your whole deck infinite will shenanigans.
You have 3 or 2 will left over after that.
I have 3. 2 Moonshades and a Blue White Stone.
A lot of will available still for Paul.
We will, in response to that...
4 cards left in hand. There's no Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. Clearly, we would have stopped it for the Dexi's advice.
6 removed, 2 on field, so grave doesn't even matter. Got the remove from play stuff. Alright, in response to that, we'll tap 1 to play Feasting in response to the
Sure.
Light of Raisin Revive.
Okay, so Feasting
try to
Enter is targeting Light of Raisin Revive.
Yep.
Cancel?
Yep.
Okay. I cannot pay, what is it, like 6, so that
1, 2,
happens.
3, 4, 5. It's 5.
5, okay. I will
6.
not pay
'Cause
5.
the yeah.
Persephone Enter, Poseidon Enter.
Yes. In response, we'll use Mikey's effect.
Okay.
We'll tap an addition. Or is it 2 additions? 1 addition.
To recycle some cards back
to
into the bottom of the deck.
add Priscilla back into deck.
Okay.
Tap another addition to add another Priscilla back into deck.
Mhm.
I think Paul's trying to kill him this turn,
And after that,
so I'm not sure
you're
how
going
much.
to resolve.
Okay. Persephone Enter, destroy Mickey.
So Mikey is dead.
Destroy Mikey.
Okay. Draw a card.
Draw a
after
card.
Enter.
And now Poseidon? Targeting
Poseidon
itself?
Enter returns himself to hand. Draw 3 cards.
Just reload that hand. And now we cheat something else in? Is it the Persephone? Is it the Mikey again?
Poseidon back
Or
into
Persephone,
play.
yeah.
Enter on Poseidon.
Mhm.
Target.
Targeting itself. Do we have the cards we need? Yeah.
Return to hand.
what are we grabbing off of this one?
Don't have any other lands left in deck, which is fine. Doesn't if you do trigger. Library.
5 cards left in deck for Paul.
That's my library. Not tricky here. Gotta figure out lethal through that.
Still has to deal with the wall.
Keep this. Some lost.
The Athena's in the Archie. The Athena's in the RFG that got removed earlier.
That and that. 15. Do 1,000 and get rid of that. Deal 5 to that.
Really curious the line here.
Attack and match. Get 6 plus 2.
Paul doing some math.
2.
Because like in looking at the lists, I just second Race and Revive hasn't been seen yet. We know that Hestia is in somewhere as well. We don't know where Hestia is. Probably in Hand, I imagine. So we certainly can give everything swiftness.
Gonna need you to extend game state, Paul.
Sorry. My apologies. Gonna put this back into play and keep drawing. Okay. Yeah, I had one pause there for a moment. He will target himself and then draw 3.
Trying a little bit more.
Damn, you would do that too. You would do that for the last card in deck. Could do that and that. Could maybe want to. Oh, because you can't untap. So it's just her. That. Careful.
Let's see who.
Put something back into play.
Okay. Poseidon is choosing to not put
It's not a
anything into
mandatory
play.
effect.
It is not. I just read
Okay.
it. It's in May.
Yep.
Also, it's like a hidden zone, so I don't actually know how Forcible does that for the hand.
Yeah.
Can exile my hand with that. Oh, I can do that way. Okay, so that's actually more. Do I have enough?
Does Paul have kind of like he's in his mind palace trying to find lethal here, choosing not to put in anything off of the Poseidon.
I feel like everything but this card.
He has been warned for slow play here, so he's on notice.
11 plus 10. 2. 21, but I still think that's a little short. 6. Fucking hell. If I don't have lethal, I'm probably just doing that then. Red ounces speed, go from there.
It's another warning, Paul. I need you to make a play.
Sorry.
Second warning for Paul for slow play here.
I have to go to my end step probably.
Just has to discard. Ugh. Doesn't have anything to do here.
Discard 5 more cards.
So even after all that, did not have anything to actually find the lethal line, at least not right now.
8. go to discard Wall of Terror, Gatekeeper, Poseidon, Great Dimension Library, Attendant of Asmodeus, Dexy's Advice.
So the Dexy's advice didn't.
Pass
I don't know.
for your
That just
resolve.
felt weird.
Cast Light of Raise and Revive. I have to pay 2 here. 12. And target, or put a 12/1 hand into play.
Yeah.
A 3-drop or less.
Yeah, yeah.
Resonator from exile.
We're trying to see
that's
if we
fine.
can get this to resolve. Oh, and it resolves. So we hit the Athenia.
On her
It's the
enter.
Athena. So we don't take any. We can't take any damage this turn unless this enter effect gets canceled
I don't think it matters. I'll target Feasting.
Okay.
to burn it for 6.
When feasting goes to grave, I'll banish Campanella. Or automatic effect, I should say.
It's only dealing 16.
Oh, right. He's not gonna die because... Yeah, that makes sense.
Then I'll gain 6 up to...
Yep. I
Goes
forgot
back up
about
to
that.
1800. But now for the rest of this turn, cannot
then
take
continue.
damage. So
Okay.
this is a free
we'll
bot turn
drop
for
turn.
Paul. Wow.
We will
It's so crazy that
cover.
resolved. I did not expect that to resolve.
How many
Now with
cards left
Athena
in
on.
deck?
2.
We have a full turn of safety here because of the Athena. We just don't
alright,
take
we
any
will
damage.
Tap to draw.
Okay.
We'll tap to draw.
Mm-hmm.
And she
He
makes it
burned,
so that
Echo, he
turn
burned
comes
the
into
feasting
play,
for 16.
I can't take damage, correct.
Take damage. Alright. We will tap a blue, and we will play Illusionary Flower of Sorrow.
Okay.
So the Flower of
Or-
Sorrow is
Athena.
certainly helpful.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I need to attempt to counter that. I'll filter into green.
Okay. Marion?
Garyon
In
to try to
response,
stop the
I will
flower.
Tap a green to play Feasting.
Sure. That's fine. Then it resolves.
Oof,
So
that's
enter effect
rough.
targeting, Athena to bounce her back to hand.
She's returned to my hand.
That seems weird. Why would you choose to bounce that back to hand? He's still not taking any
Back to
damage this
hand.
turn. You've just given him
Seven, I see.
another turn.
Four,
He has.
five,
She has
six.
quick cast too.
I used to do that, so.
Okay. Cool.
She could be cast as if she had quick cast, right?
Thinking.
Yeah, that's not good. I don't think I agree with bouncing that back to hand because now we don't take any damage this
We
turn, and we've just
will-
given Paul a quick cast turn of being able to prevent all damage again. That feels incorrect.
Callstone.
Okay.
Put in Amadeus Holy Crystal.
Mhm.
And then we'll pass since I cannot do any damage to you this turn.
Are we going to trying to just deck out Paul?
Go to my turn, draw for turn.
Does Paul have a way to recycle the deck? Looking at Paul's list, he does not. So I don't know how we don't deck out. So we've got this turn and one more. The flower is certainly a problem, for sure, because it stops us from being able to attack.
You have how many cards in hand?
I have 4 cards in hand.
Not a lot.
Let's see how this goes.
I'm actually gonna somehow do that. That going on. That's coming on.
I think Paul can kill him
Interesting.
if he can swing with the Athena.
life at
That
right
that
now?
illusory flower resolving was a
I'm at
problem.
18. I will cast a Loki's Insight.
Loki's Insight.
It's a Brad in hand. Finally saw the Brad.
That's probably pretty good. That's fine.
The problem here is the fact that right now in sudden death Matthew is the winner. If they go to turns, but also in turns, Paul doesn't have any cards, enough cards. So like
What
If
mana are you? I assume you're tapping whatever thingy.
Yeah, I am using the Magic Stone of Rain.
Stone of Rain, so that it can't be canceled.
That's fine then.
Okay.
You can see that I have a Stone Monument of the Sage, a Campanella, a Conflict of Memory and Soul, and a Brad.
Okay, I will take the conflict.
Yeah, he can take the conflict. That's not much of a hand.
Brad,
This
Only
does, I
Campanella.
think.
and what was the last card?
Stone Monument.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Now we're safe to go in for the Athena. Because we're at Union. And burn for 16. There's no instant speed stuff here. We can at least
Okay, I
hurt this
will
board by quite a bit.
move to my end step.
Mhm.
Pass the
Yep.
turn before your draw.
Yep. This is what I was expecting. We're going to see a sword.
Awaken of Flight of the Holy Sword.
An Awaken a Flight of the Holy Sword.
Yep. We're going to do Flight of the Holy Sword. We're going to burn
That's-
all of this off the board.
I will go Eternal Barrier.
A barrier. That's gonna be.
Unchaseable, destroy all of this. And then at that point in time,
Enter. Oh shit! I drew a card.
oh no.
Draw. I gotta figure out a way to do that though. Can't wear it
Paul
in.
has to figure out a way to put a
Yeah.
card back on the bottom of his
Yeah, I think
deck.
that's like the only way because the Athena is not quite enough damage. Yeah, this is still happening. I've committed here. I'm just gonna see if I can figure out enter effect.
Mhm.
Yep. Destroy the board.
He's got to find a way to put a card back on the bottom of his deck or he loses because he draws a card off of the sword.
Don't think I can. God, that fucking sucked.
So we lose to a deck out.
You're good to
It's the
draw.
first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can just take game
Okay,
actions. I think here.
Draw phase. Okay. We'll go to recover.
Yep.
Good.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
Paul has to find a way to successfully put a card on the bottom of his deck.
We will
I don't think he has a way.
tap these two to play Campanella.
Yep.
Okay. Campanella enter effect.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Damn, didn't account for
Put on
that.
a Fountain of the Oblivion Moon.
Yeah, he's going to deck out at
Yeah, I don't
draw
have a way.
step.
All right, I have thought it through. I will be decking myself in a moment. All right, I will. Be step it up. That's fucking funny.
Wow. That's the first time I've ever had that happen.
Yeah.
So we do see the deck out on stream. So
Alright.
Matthew takes game one because of a deck out.
One too many draws, I guess.
I
Yeah,
forgot about his draw effect. Yeah.
Yeah, I had like a weird. I was trying to figure out a weird line where I could like get my board swiftness, but it wasn't enough damage. Because I could have gotten Hestia back, and then like killed your blocker. But,
I have 4 minutes left on round.
Yeah, this will be challenging. That's
Right.
okay. Damn. Yeah, the turn you held up, barely enough mana to feasting was really annoying.
That's what I definitely had to work with.
I have just been told that JPK has beaten Todd Sproul's 2-1. So JPK is advancing to finals. So it looking like our finals is going to most likely be Falchion v. Falchion. It would only be higher life in turns if we were on game 3. Because we're going into game 2, it doesn't matter who has higher life.
Alright, we'll side 5.
Yeah. Yeah, so most likely going to be a Falchion mirror here in the finals. But, I mean, maybe. Paul needs to go quick. He does not have much time around. If he can get to a quick Union 7 and try to burst down, sure, but that would be hard against Falchion, is the problem.
Halves for cuts is fine.
Especially since, you know,
Uh,
conflate of memory of soul and stuff like that.
halves is fine.
Do you see Windchild coming in to be able to support and stop the conflict? Certainly helps.
I
But
think I'll still go
with
second.
2 minutes left on round, it's going to
I
be
would believe
tricky.
it. Let me just- 10.
We've seen Olympians kill stuff. Patrick, I would say that it's not really necessarily a Falchion Brad mirror. Matthew's playing one Brad total. And like the only Brad card he's playing is Conflict.
You said half. Cool. Okay.
But JPK is the one who's like heavy Brad. So we'll see how this goes.
We'll keep the. Yeah, actually, we'll mulligan. Mulligan 1.
Okey-doke.
Okay.
Going back 3.
Alright, start of game triggers.
Yep. I will get a Great Wall. Enter, draw.
Interesting
Good.
choice to get Wall. I would have thought we would have gone for
Spectator.
Eternal there just to have
And
that extra
Wall.
will.
Enter effect draw.
Mhm.
Alright, to go ahead and start us off, I'll call Stone.
Mhm.
Adoraticus Memoria. Pass.
This is going to be the fastest call stone pass. Move on.
Of course. I'll leave on top. Go ahead.
Yep, as expected.
Alrighty.
A lot of tall call stone pass.
Will,
This means that this is
Rough
probably going to be turn 0.
we will recover.
Go ahead.
Call Stone.
I have
That's
that.
time and round, guys.
Okey-doke.
So this will be turn 1. You guys will have 3 additional turns.
Alrighty.
So Matt gets one more turn after
we
this.
will-
But all he has to do is just stop whatever Paul's going to try to do, which is advantage to him because he also has White Child.
Tap 1. Converting, or no, I don't need to convert to light. We'll play Spirit Ring.
Mm,
Do see a Spirit Ring going in.
Okay. Might be more. I might have anything going on though. Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, target wall.
Mhm.
Right, pass turn.
I'm gonna cast a Lumia here instead.
Just to draw.
Yep.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
And I'll go to my turn. Draw for turn.
So Matthew gets one more turn after
Turn
this.
Two, yep.
Paul gets this turn and one more.
8 cards in hand, move 2 end step.
Okay.
Turn on Magna.
Magnan Leneth discarded again. This is Matthew's last
Draw for
turn.
Mhm.
So at this point in time, as Matthew, you just like set up for the most defensive turn possible. And with Light
well-
Child, you pretty much win. I think there's just not like
Cover.
many real combo lines that Paul can take at that point to be able to.
Head and insight. What stones do you currently have?
I have a blue white scry and a blue green scry. Or a green white scry. So I do not have the magic stone array.
I think you just
I
let this
will
resolve,
convert
right?
to
Because you're
green
not.
with Dark Moonchild and feasting that.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right. Go to recover.
Threw it away.
Call stone.
Yep.
Magic stone of knowledge.
You just pass. this point in time, Paul only gets one more turn. You can't
Well.
possibly kill here. You just sit back and do nothing. Since you're up going game.
Pass turn.
Because of the Light Moon Child, there's just not much that Paul's going to be able to do here to push through
Draw for turn. Move
to
untap.
find essentially 4,900 damage. Even if it was just the Light Moon Child, it would have been rough.
What stone is that? I can't see, sorry.
That's a Magic Stone of Rain.
Okay, that's a rain.
Try to resolve Adexia's advice.
Well, we'll see. Dexia's advice.
In response, I will Light Moon Child.
I will Lorite the Light Moon Child.
Alright, the Light Moon Child. In response to that, I will tap 1 and play Feasting.
Targeting Lorite.
Pardon, alright.
Okay, dope.
Just try the Dexia's advice.
Alright, Dexia's is good to resolve.
I will not elongate the game further. Good game, sir.
Alright.
At that point in time,
Woo!
Paul's going to scoop it
That
up.
was a grind there.
Yeah,
we're gonna
I
pass
know,
it
I
on.
screwed up, I wonder if there was a line. I'd love to know if I could. I just like couldn't figure it out in the moment.
I feel like there were a lot of lines, and I feel like that's almost the problem. I was like, does he have a way to swiftness and just kill me this turn, or
The
not?
problem is I couldn't pop. I can't. You have barriers, so I can't pop your wall and just do the.
So that is it. We're going to take probably a little bit of a break to give Matt a little bit of a break before going into finals, but it is going to be Falchion v. Falchion in the finals, Heavy Bread, and then Heavy, or this like pretty addition diversity control for Falchion over here. So we'll be back in just about 5 minutes, and so we'll see you there in a little bit. See you guys in a bit.
take 4. Okay.
Beginning of game triggers.
Yes, I will get wall and spectator.
You have 90 minutes starting now.
Draw for wall.
Yep.
And then I will coin feasting your wall trigger.
Alrighty. I will reveal Rogue Spectator.
That makes sense.
Alright.
So right at the gate, going to feasting to stop his wall trigger.
Black and white.
Black and white. Alright, and I got blue. Alright, we'll start by calling stone then. Magic Stone of Moonshade.
Sure.
We'll
Spirit Ring might come down here.
Light Moon.
Yeah, Spirit Ring. This is really good.
Open that.
I open that.
Spirit Ring is really, really good here because we get to pop and make his feastings worse. Yeah, that's a really good hit. We make feastings worse for John Paul, and Matt is suddenly on live on feastings. Plus, he has Will for Fiola. This is like really, really a good opening. So, like, if JPK overcommits, he could walk right into a Fiola, and that would feel really, really bad. That's a really strong opener.
How much mulligan did you play?
I took 2 for Mulligan.
Wow.
I'll play a research.
That is fine.
Daily research is going to resolve. I think that's okay. You specifically want to hit the cards that Brad is going to try to, like... I was grabbing library here. You want to, like, use the Fiola on, like, the cards that are going to rip your hand apart. Like, that's the piece.
And then I will attempt to play it.
I will tap 2 to produce 2 blue will off the Spirit Ring to play Fiola.
Interesting.
Go figure. Then you're good to go.
Oh, wow. And there was no follow-up from there. Okay. That's a pretty... Wow, this is a strong opener for Matt here. I was expecting maybe a Brad spell to kind of come off of that. But now we're at a point where the other thing is here, because of Water Moonchild, like, we're in a really good spot because we can just... Matthew can recycle...
So you're tapped out currently. Right, we'll call stone.
We can go in for... with Water Moonchild, we can bounce Fiola back to our hand and recast the Fiola, which is a really good spot. I think we just start going in and swinging in and getting some damage in.
We'll tap both of these. Tap for a blue and a void to play Campanella.
Yep, this is very good as well. That's the other good thing, too.
That's right.
Because the Oblivion Moon, now we also get to turn off Lab. We're just going to turn off the laboratory.
Enter effect.
And we also get to draw cards to replace it. This is like... You just got to call the right card here. Just call the lab. Here's fingers crossed.
And then for the enter effect, we'll declare Laboratory of Blessing.
The lab has been stopped. Whoa, that's really good. This is a really strong opener. We just start swinging.
Swing with Fiola for 500.
Sure, I'll take it.
Takes the 5.
Pass.
This is a really rough start. We do have Darkness. So one advantage that JPK does have here is that if he commits to something in response to the Water Moonchild, we can use Darkness Moonchild. But there's always the world of where there's a second Fiola in hand, which would be real rough.
Daily research.
I think you'd let that resolve for sure.
That's fine.
yeah, you want him to have to commit resources. So like Daily Research here does draw him a card, like that's fine. It potentially draws him into another Brad, but at the same time, like you want JPK to be spending will.
I will find the library again.
Trying to go for a library again. Though without access, with the ability to draw extra cards that Matt now has because of the Oblivion Moon,
2.
we have not called Stone yet either here. So many cards in hand for JPK, but also so many cards in hand for Matt. And Matt is also playing the Brad and the ability to do stuff. So like they're... So Matt is definitely ahead right now.
Play the library.
Play library.
I think library's
In
good.
response, I will Child of the Water Moon targeting Viola.
I will Child of Black Moon shoot Viola.
That is fine. When Viola hits the grave, automatic effect with Campanella.
Yeah, this is good.
Yes.
Is that good to resolve?
Yes, unfortunately.
Alright.
So we get the Fiola back.
I tap 2.
Mm-hmm.
Play Viola.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, we should have Light Moon Child in response just to make sure this resolves, because we're never going to get the Brad back. Unless he has his own. Oof, rough.
Okay, then then this resolves.
What did you remove for your free cancel?
A Brad and in
Institute.
Yeah.
How many cards in hand?
3.
Not being able to have the lab, though, is rough. Feastings are now live, although Matt's Feastings are better. Oborozuki.
That is going to be fine.
Yeah, this is a good card to make use of with the Brad. You can kind of put the Brad in the RFG and then bring it back.
Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8 counters on her. 10-10 flyer. The lab has successfully been removed.
Alrighty, I'll take it.
Successfully removed. Lab with library. Brad comes back to hands. 4 cards.
Draw for turn.
But JPK's got to answer that Fountain of the Oblivion Moon if he really wants to get beyond it.
Before we cover, Great Library. Draw. And bench Brad, and then you are good to go.
No. He's tracking his Brad cards underneath his lab or his library cards underneath the
Mastery research.
the library.
Light Child got out.
It is. They're both removed from RFG. The stuff.
Will be fine.
So in the layout of this format, the cards that are closest to JPK's Moonchild is his RFG. The cards that are furthest away from his Moon Children are his graveyard. The cards underneath the library are things that were removed from game by the library. That's how he's kind of tracking everything here. Light Child got art resolved. We have a daily research resolving. What edition are we grabbing here now that we are currently under Light Moonchild?
We'll add an illusionary flower of star to hand.
That's the tap one?
Yep.
Yeah. That is fine for me.
The pile above his deck, so to the center of the screen in his grave. The pile to the left of his deck on your screen is the RFG, and the stuff underneath the library is the stuff that's RFG'd by the library, because library specifically tracks the cards that have been removed by its ability in terms of being able to recast them.
All right. With that, we will tap to draw.
Library.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly do have a lot of hand
Turn to you.
advantage for both players here.
What was that?
I said pass.
Oh, end of turn, Brad.
Mhm.
How many cards in hand?
Currently 5.
Draw for turn.
Mhm.
Cover.
Yeah. Obrazuki only cares about total locations of stuff.
Never end.
Never end. Never end is fine.
Let's see here. We are playing a Rumsfeld main, a single Rumsfeld main for Lindley, so that's not terrible. A single Prisia can get us into a lot of value here. We're also playing Tinkerbells.
Orthodox lesson for 2.
Or 2. Thinking. Many cards in hand?
3.
3.
Second Viola would be good here, or a Feasting to cancel it, unless he can pay 2. Well, that he could double cancel.
That is gonna be fine.
Oof, rough.
For how many? Said
2.
2.
Gets rid of 2
I will discard a
cards.
Fountain of the Oblivion Moon, and I will discard a Keep the Faith.
They are removed.
Oh, removed. We'll remove them.
Not that it matters, but
Yeah.
I mean it does for you because you have the spin die. And then on combat, Swing do for 10.
Okay, I will tap 1 and play Rogue Spectator.
That is annoying, but
To prevent the drain.
Alright. How big is she?
10.
Alright, I'll take 10.
So it does take the 10, but doesn't get to drain 10.
Then I would like to go to end of turn, get back my Brad.
Yep. Alright. Draw for turn. Alrighty. We will cover. We'll call stone.
Yeah.
We will mastery daily research.
Both players drawing a bunch of cards here.
I would like to use library in response.
Library in response is fine.
Okay.
And then that is good to go.
Alrighty.
Daily research. We're going to get some more card advantage here. What edition are we grabbing? Institute? Maybe? Institute doesn't super help us here, though. He's running out of editions. We've seen Spirit Ring. We've seen both Fountain of the Oblivion Moons. The only editions we know he has that. The only ones he can grab at this point in time are Institute or the statue. Yeah, Stone Monument.
That is fine.
This is tricky.
How many cards in hand?
4, but oh, sorry. Then I draw off of daily research.
I'm cutting 7 cards.
Oh, yes. So let me cut first.
Seven cards down.
To the bottom.
Bottom. I had to think for a second. I was like, wait a minute, that's backwards. Alright, draw for daily research.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? We gotta get rid of that library. If we get rid of the library, we're in a good point to be able to start messing with stuff again.
Do you play Illusionary Flower of Sorrow?
This is certainly helpful. Because we can now start tapping down that Oborozuki, which is important.
Target.
Probably the
Go ahead and
Never Ends.
target Never End.
Yeah, Never End makes sense here. Because at this point in time, we don't want the Oborozuki to like get a free chance to get bigger and more card selection. Feastings are now pretty big in terms of number of cancels, number of editions we're trying to be canceling with. Currently, JPK's feastings are only canceling for 1.
Cards in hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6.
You have 4?
I have 4.
Oh,
We will tap 2, play Campanella.
What is she grab?
Right? I remove from game, right?
Remove from game.
Why are we playing this Campanella?
So just doing it to get the hand clause. Yeah, that is fine.
Okay, what are we doing with it? Why?
How many stones up?
2. A knowledge and a moonshade.
What are we doing with that? The Campanella. What is the purpose of that?
We'll convert to light and attempt Tinkerbell.
Oh, that's really good.
Have you played both or just one? Just played 2,
Just
right?
Campanella. Just Campanella.
So, what does she do now? She nukes my board, right?
Yep, she nukes your board.
Everything or just resonators?
Everything.
Everything. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, the Tinkerbell's a good tech here. Setting up
Gets
to
the
be
energy
able to...
field, and then I would like to... But then she banishes herself immediately, right? Because you use the
Yep.
ability?
Yep.
And then I would like to use Ray to negate the ability.
Right, negate the ability. Alright, that is fine.
So we don't get the board clear, unfortunately.
I will cast you.
You are currently tapped out.
I'm currently tapped out.
1 ruler open and 3 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Add after an aberrat to hand.
Unfortunate here. Ray Asnable rocketing out. I imagine we might see a hard cast of a Ray Asnable here.
Let's check it with fixed red.
We can still tap down the Oborozuki, so we're probably not taking any kind of major damage this turn. We are probably going to start losing card advantage pretty quickly, though.
Green flag for C1. Let's keep that on top. Yeah. Move to combat.
Upon entering combat, I will tap Light Child to tap Oborozuki.
That makes sense.
So we at least don't take any damage this turn because the Rogue Spectators can trade and the Feasting can trade with the Campanella. So we're safe from damage for our turn.
Replay the Never End effect.
The Never End is going to come in here. Library is such an interesting card. It's confusing, but I like it.
3 cards in hand, correct?
2 cards.
2 cards. All right, you use one.
Or library. Probably not going to have any cards left at this point in time. We know what one of the 2 cards is. We know that it's the thing.
You can swing for 4.
I'll take the 4.
Takes the 4. Instead of trading with the spectator.
4.
I'll take the 4.
Okay. Pass turn 2.
And just ship it.
Draw for turn. Go to recover.
Yeah.
Double checking something on Tinkerbell here. Remove it from the game. Yeah, that's what I thought.
False down.
Yep.
We'll tap 1 to play our own Neverend.
Ring response. Chivalrous Tears for 2. Both of your resonators, but I'm not never at.
It does 800 apiece, right?
Yes.
So the Neverend's going to... Before the Neverend can hit the field, we're going to Chivalry's Tears to burn the 2 guys.
Then never end this time.
Right. Enter effect to draw.
We certainly have the ability to tap to make our Neverend tied with his Neverend. Tink did try to blow up the board, but unfortunately got messed up. Didn't work.
Tap 1 to play Stone Monument of the Sage.
With 2 cards in hand?
2 cards in hand.
That is okay.
Blood of Mikey.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Where would you like me to cut?
Let's leave it at that.
Okay. We got a Mikey off of the Stone Monuments. Ooh, we're going in for something.
Yep.
I was wondering, like, huh?
Hand at that point is double Lumia.
Cards in hand?
3 cards.
Oh, yeah.
I add them with Monument.
Oh, I don't think Falchon's getting hit in 6 months.
Play Lumia? With
Play
both as Chan? With Awakening? Targeting...
To try to get the Neverends. So we have Mikey and 2 unknowns in hand.
In response, we'll tap 2.
We can still draw cards.
Converting this one to blue to play Fiola.
So we had Fiola. We didn't go for Spirit Ring. That's interesting.
No, I have 1 stone left up.
You have 1 stone left up. And the 2 ring mana, technically.
Yes, I have 2 rollers up.
K2?
We're saving those though.
And Ray that. Feel that.
The Fiola enter.
There's 2 in the final 1 week after the new set released. That doesn't mean we immediately have solved the format and we know what needs to get banned. Echo, calm down. Calm down.
I mean, I felt the same earlier. So.
It almost lost. The Falchion we just watched in top 4 almost lose, and it only lost because the Aristella player decked himself out, and this Falchion list almost lost a match to Killua. So
Yep, that was not it. I did not mean to tap the stone, but I guess I already did. Yeah. In that case, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so Neverend gets removed.
It's removed.
is that his only never end in this list?
Draw a card.
It is. He's got one more. He's got one more never end in the list. It's certainly helpful to have 2 children up right now to be able to tap down the oboe and the never end. So like we're at least.
At end of turn, at the Brad's back. Drop a turn.
Yeah, he is gonna get to draw more cards though. So
Library. Go to the Brad. And then recover. Constone. Green black for C1.
Yep.
That will stay on top. Go to combat.
Ober Azuki does not recover.
True. She's still under that crappy edition. Go to combat.
We will tap your never end.
That makes sense.
yeah, so we do get to kind of make the Oberozukis and the never ends be alternate attackers, which is very interesting. Certainly not over by any means. Yeah. We need to wait and see what comes out of Worlds.
Let's just put this here so we don't forget this time. I'll use the library to draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
I will get rid of another Brad.
Yep.
Do put a Thunder.
Indeed.
Spend 2 to play, 1 to play Oberzuki.
Another oboe.
That's fine.
Okay. And then
Chivalry's his tears.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So she is a 17.
All right.
Never end.
Another never.
Second never ends.
Back, draw a card. How many cards in hand?
2.
Let's see what comes down here.
That's hard cost a Dark Blessing for 3, so you bench 2 cards from hand.
Remove 2 cards in his hand from the game. Does he have a way to stop it?
In
Feasting would be nice.
response, I will pay 200 and play Priss's Big Show.
Let's get to foresee what our next 2 cards are.
20? Yeah. That is fine.
Let's get to see what our next 2 cards are before this happens. I think we're not even close to needing to talk about bans, guys. It's one event, 1 week post release. I think everyone needs to chill just a little bit.
Resolve, and I will get rid of the Mikey.
And the Prisha.
Oh yeah, in the Prisha.
What else comes out of this?
4 with you?
Oh, you said 4?
Yes.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where the double never end is pretty much lethal.
Be fine. Take it.
60. Yep. Another 4.
I will take it.
Goes down to 12.
12. At end of turn, I will add both my threats back to hand. And you're good to go.
Draw for turn.
Mm-hmm.
We'll tap to draw another one off Oblivion Moon.
Mm-hmm.
If we're comfortable with how many stones we have, we can just tap down both never ends and the Oberozukis at this point in time.
We will.
Y'all need to chill, seriously.
Tap to draw.
We can move on from this conversation in the chat. A stone.
I just
it's
grabbed
fine.
the wrong thing. I don't know what you want me to do there. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
Wrong pile.
Most busted card ever. Fountain of the Oblivion Moon, tap, draw a stone, and put it into your hand, and then can't do anything with it. Busted.
Just cannot believe I messed up that Mikey play. Oof.
I mean,
Yeah, a
it's
little
not
bit of a...
turn 1, so.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's move on to sandwich questions, Wolfsizer. That's fine with me. This has been an interesting game for sure. Some pretty cool back and forth. Yeah, Steven, but when the conversation becomes mostly just people talking about the bans when it's only been a week. Yeah, okay. At that point in time, Matt says, we're going to just scoop it up. We're going to go into game 2.
Yeah, I cannot come back from my own mistake there. That was too bad.
Unfortunate player error.
I mean, I had to cancel it. It's not like it's
That was why I did Light Moonchild.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so...
I'm not particularly... paying attention, let's just put it that way.
Alright, you have 3 minutes to settle.
Looking at the sideboards here. I might, honestly, for Matt, consider bringing in more copies of Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. I certainly think Wind Moonchild comes into play here. I could see... I can see the Curse of Silence coming in here. Illusionary Mermaid doesn't feel like it would do much here. I would say maybe the Malira comes into play.
Full side 5, I think.
Let's see. JPK maybe brings in Persephone's. Light Curtain doesn't help him much at all here. Garians don't feel insanely good. Nope. Roderick, this is the last one. The only event that's coming up after this one in the east of the United States is the June Discord event over at Ruler School on June 17th. October, I know in talking that there's probably not going to be any GPs in October because I'm hoping to coordinate so that there's not an overreach with FowFest at the end of October. FowFest is the end of October, so I hope to see you all there last weekend of October. FowFest 3, Patrick.
Cool.
Come on, Matt. Pick your cards. You're running out of time.
Alright, there's 4.
There we go. Okay, good. We made it in time. Yeah, and Light Moon and Wind Child came in as expected just to help mess with the first like discard Brad spell. That makes sense to me.
And I will be going second.
That makes sense.
Yeah, June 17th.
Top 10.
Top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And for stones?
Just half. Alright, where would you like me to cut?
Let's do 10 and half as well.
10 and a half. Alright.
10 going to the bottom.
And you would like me to go first?
I would like you to go first. So, let me...
And I have been told that Todd took third place with Killua Aggro. So third place is done. So when this match is over, that is the end of the tournament today and the end of GP streams here on Ruler School until after Worlds. Are we going to see an invert? JPK is not playing Spirit Ring, so are we going to see it invert here of where we see a coin feasting?
Beginning of game. Falcon and Rogue Spectate.
Yep, so I'll reveal Rogue Spectator and Wall, and draw off a wall.
Do we see a feasting to cancel his wall trigger?
And then I will use my wall coin, feasting, draw it back to her.
I will try to movement your wall.
My wall.
Wow.
Bounces it to hand, right?
Interesting.
Then is feasting okay? I'm not paying extra because I don't have to.
Yep.
And I'll get my wall.
I feel like we should have used Wind Child just immediately right there. That would have...
Daily research.
Wind Moon Child.
That's fine.
To stop the daily research. Nope. Okay. Not even that. Okay. This is not the lines that I would have taken here.
Library.
Yeah. Nope. The library is now live. Do we...
How much?
I would have honestly maybe Light Childed there.
Oh, just a half.
Yeah, no one's playing Justice builds right now.
Smaller. And I'll play the library.
Yep.
Then
Rough.
Brad back turn.
Yep.
And you are good to go.
Yes, Action Jackson. We did have an Asuka player in top 8. Stephen Holsheiser with top 8'd with Asuka, and then lost to this Falchion deck.
Vector. Amadeus Holy Crystal.
Not much I can do about that.
Yeah.
Alright, negate.
Yeah. We'll tap 1 and play Pierre.
Ooh, that's helpful. We can pop the Dimension Library.
I will in response library. And then I have to look up Pierre 1 second. Just add this to Pierre with 2 bow counters.
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
Not an enter effect.
I just said no one playing it in this top 8. Echo. I didn't say no one's playing Justice. Chill out.
Alright, we'll blow up your wall. Or not your wall,
Getting rid of the library.
And we'll pass.
And a turn Brad. Drop turn. Recover.
Yep.
Research.
In response, I will negate that with Child of the Wind Moon.
That makes sense.
I think you also Child of the Light, but
Green blue for C1.
just meant at this event. Echo, I apologize. Ooh, okay.
You are currently tapped out.
Currently tapped out.
Does have access to Light Moon Child. Does have access to potential the Brad spell.
Fix with Black Child or Institute. Effect.
Do we have a card here? Nope, we do not. Okay.
And then you are good to go, sir.
Okay.
How many cards?
That brings me to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards.
Okay.
More cards than you.
Go to recover.
I gave you a wall, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Go to recover.
Yeah.
Alright. We'll call stone. Magic stone of the
Feast.
light.
So it's another 5-color stone.
Go ahead and
That is a 5-color stone because Amadeus.
yes,
makes
because
both.
Amadeus produces all. Yep.
Okay.
So they're both Omni right now.
Oh, that's
We'll go ahead and tap 1 to play a Never End.
Interesting. An early Never End.
how many cards on play and grave and stuff?
3 on field and 2 here, so 5 total.
Yeah, with that Institute on field, it's going to be hard for us to get rid of that. It's going to be hard for us to get that Never End to 10.
I'm gonna carry on that.
Gary on that.
So we're down to 3 cards in hand for JPK.
That is fine.
We don't have library to make use of the Brad. One of them is, we know one of them is Brad. Maybe 2 of them is Brad.
On is there.
So 4 cards in hand, at least 1 is Brad.
How many cards in hand?
6.
Lots of cards.
Yep, 1 mana open.
It looks like a Ray Asnable.
Podcast Ray.
Yeah, that feels like that's going to get stopped. But I don't know if we have a way to stop it is the problem. It's also very huge, Ray Asnable.
Good. That's fine.
It's currently a
And
barrier 15-15
good to go.
Currently tapped out.
I'm tapped out, yes.
with a Brad in hand and 2 unknowns. How are we answering that?
Pay. Tap 1.
Without enter effects? Flashing Smile?
That is fine.
Okay. With enough cards, with enough cards in hand, the Flashing Smile can get there. We just need to see it. The other thing to note is that we are also playing Linosfaria in the sideboard, which is pretty good. Yeah, Flashing Smile would almost certainly kill that board, or that array.
Callstone. 4C.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it doesn't stop that, that'd be a little
That would be
really
funny.
good there.
Yeah, Ray does not cancel that ability.
Tapped
We just don't get any enter effects right now. It's real rough.
We'll
Yeah,
tap
flashing smile probably coming down here.
play Mikey.
Mikey without an enter effect.
Sure. So many questions.
There are many questions. I have many of them myself.
Yeah, I don't. I was hoping that would have been the flashing smile, but this Ray Aznable is going to be a big hurdle for sure.
We will tap for mastery to daily research.
How many cards in hand?
I've got 5.
Do you have a daily research in graveyard?
I do not.
Tinkerbell wouldn't work. Tinkerbell's an enter effect. Ray Aznable stops it. Won't even trigger. Tinkerbell does not help here.
That is fine.
What edition are we searching? I imagine we're searching Oblivion Moon? I don't know.
We'll add.
What are we doing here? What edition are we grabbing? I'm trying to think. Linosfaria? Silencing spell. But we can't add it to the Ray is the problem.
Top 5, please.
Because they have to target. Linosfaria did not. I mean, if JPK brings in another I mean, it's kind of a threat of like, don't play another resonator. Otherwise, this silencing spell has a target. And certainly can buy ourselves some time.
Drop a turn.
Currently 42 minutes left on the rounds. Yep.
Recover. Almost done. Another attract, yes. I'm just going to pass turn to you.
Alright.
Just gonna pass the turn. That makes sense. There's like no real reason to swing. It's just gonna like take a chump block. Gonna leave up open all that will.
We will go to recover.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, call stone.
Yeah.
Stone of knowledge. You currently have wall and institute on field.
Yes.
Okay, wall plus institute. Yeah, Linosfaria would be pretty decent here. Just gotta get it to resolve, right? That's the biggest trick. This has me wondering if like an Eins Brad shell might be pretty good, because you could start with. I mean, you can just essentially start the game with library constantly active, and it's safe. Very clearly trying to crack this wall.
That is fine. 4 into
Okay.
Rogue Spectator, swing for 400.
play my own rogue spectator.
Light Moon Child
Uh,
in response.
that makes sense. Yeah, that's fine.
So this is 1 card per turn. Okay.
Yep, so mine dies.
So your institute's way bigger. Makes yours way bigger.
We're gonna tap 2. Play Magic Stone Research Institute.
Doesn't get the enter effects, but does still get
You have a
the
research
pumps.
institute, yes. How many stones do you have? 4?
4 different stones.
Okay.
Here, swing to crack wall.
How big is Nikkei currently?
Mikey.
So 14, 14?
6 plus 8, so he is a
14, 14 from the Mikey. I think the silencing spell should come down this turn.
Here is currently a
Targeting his rogue spectator.
Here also has flying.
Yeah, and you can't have an addition to get +2, right?
And I can tap an addition, yeah, to give him 2/2.
So he is big. Let's just say he's big. Yeah,
Let's
wall
just say
cracks.
he's big.
I think you silencing spell. Like, hear me out. I think you silencing spell the rogue spectator here
Then
because we're protected, and so he's got a big dude. So then, like, now JPK's hand is like incredibly taxed. The silencing spell that he searched for earlier could be gigantic. We just gotta worry about the Garion potentially if there's one in there. But like, this shuts off so much.
how many different stone types do you have?
I have 3 only.
Will
How many cards in hand?
I've got 6. Who's thinking? Yeah. Will
Silencing spell would be so huge.
how big it raise a currently a
15.
what? 15.
That's fair. But his rogue spectator is currently. Oh, that's a fair point. But it still does do something, I suppose. I don't know. There's something to me about this silencing spell.
That. We'll tap 2. And play the Great Wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll hard play it.
Hard casting Great Wall. Let me just pull it on screen so everyone remembers what this does.
Draw a card of
You
wall.
don't draw.
No, you do not draw.
Oh, right. There's no enter effect. That's fair.
This is just in case everyone remembers. This is what Great Wall does.
Douglas, I think that is fair.
I believe adding does target. You have to have a target to do it.
Enter battle phase, or re-enter battle phase.
You have to have a target to attach it to. On cast.
Mikey will swing for 6 plus 8, again 14.
Black shot pop him.
Black Child to pop him.
Although if it doesn't,
Real quick. Okay, I don't think we can stop that, so that will work. I'll pass to you.
Okay. I will drop her.
because if we could, I mean, and we make that Ray Asdabal suddenly taxing all of his stuff, like that's a pretty good counterplay to that.
Call 8.
Yep.
Green black, that is my fault. Stone. Green black for C1.
Yep.
Yeah, it certainly seems like JPK is starting to kind of close the pincers a little bit.
I will play a Never End.
That is fine.
Yeah, this never end's gonna make things a lot rougher too.
I'm going to hardcast the Brad.
We're playing a Brad.
To give +2 to spectator.
Yep.
Give +2 to Brad himself.
JPK's just
And I'm going to
moving in for the kill at this point in time.
Nav right. He should be 200 bigger than your peer that he's attacking.
Sounds correct to me.
And then Azahol will eat the leafy thing.
Okay.
And with that,
It's been good games though.
I'd like to pass my turn to you.
I've been enjoying the
Roll for turn.
all things considered, good games. It's fun to see the new cards mixed with old cards, mixed with cool strategies. Yeah, just hard cast a Brad. Brad.
Call. Recover.
Yeah, that makes more sense than calling a stone.
We will. Call stone.
Problem is we're threatening lethal on board next turn with that Institute. That's the biggest problem here. So we got to find a way to pop the Institute. But also the Never End is making it so that the Institute's not going to get popped.
We'll tap 1 to put or target your Never End with silencing spell.
So we do get the silencing spell out and active.
Hardcast a conflict.
Hard casting a conflict so that will successfully cancel it.
That will work.
That to me feels like it's probably game.
Will.
Because we're going to get to go to Never End. Everything's already huge because of the Institutes. No wall. I mean, even playing through the wall. His own Ray, Esnable.
Also trying to do that.
Yes.
Are you tapped out or is that what
I have 1 stone up.
Ray is fine.
Neither player gets any enter effects. Ray Asnable on both sides of the
Both
field.
not playing now.
Basically, yes. All right. With that, I will pass to you.
I'm glad to see this card make it its way into top 8. When it was first printed, I really liked it.
I'd like to make fairy tales.
Okay. In response, I will remove your grave.
That is fine.
I think he still has 10.
Yep, you do.
If that resolves, then I will also remove your grave.
And so at this point in time, we still got to play through the wall, but I don't know if there's any way we can play through the wall. Or I don't know. There's like the rogue spectator kills the wall. We swing with the Brad, it kills the wall.
How many cards in hand?
4.
I will call a stone. Green, blue, fuzzy.
Yeah, no, he's pretty well established at this point.
That on top. So I have now +10.
Plus 10 from everybody, and Neverend is now got 25 in the air.
He's a 19.
I'm gonna go ahead and swing Brad at you for 14.
1400, which would crack the wall.
That will be fine. That'll crack wall.
Crack wall.
Daily research.
Daily research.
getting the lab, and now we're setting up the lab. The lab lockout.
You're good.
We'll play the Laboratory of Blessing.
So at this point in time, it's going to be out oak. Well, we don't. Well, no, we need.
I will use the effect to banish the rat. To make you banish a resonator. The rat goes to hand because he's leaving the field.
In response, I will tap 1, play Feasting,
Sure,
and then banish Feasting.
that makes sense. I will spend 1 to play Brad. Give +2 to Rogue Spectator, and it's out. And then banish him off to make you banish a card.
Yep.
Yep, that will be the game at that point.
Swing at you for 19,
Yep.
and then 18.
Yeah, that's game. I can't stop it.
So there you have it. That is
Yep,
the
got it.
game.
Great.
Misplayed too hard too many times.
GG's, boys. Landon will be in contact with you for pricing and everything.
Oh.
Congratulations.
See you guys. See you guys. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you, Matt.
So there you have it. JPK is the winner of the last GP here in the United States. Earns that unpaid invite to Worlds. So we'll see if he decides to show up to Worlds and bring this deck. Certainly a lot of cool stuff coming out of this environment. A lot of cool games that we got to see today. There was a lot of cool stuff being done yesterday during Swiss that we unfortunately didn't get to see because we weren't streaming. Really cool stuff. Definitely some things to learn as we move forward and prepare for Worlds now that we've seen some of the interactions of the new cards and old cards. Really interested to see what comes out of this and kind of what gets learned and kind of what people decide to bring. Everybody in the world plays the game a little bit different. And so having some knowledge about what some other people are playing is certainly going to inform it. I'm curious to see what comes out of that, but I'm sure it will be some pretty cool stuff. As a reminder, again, we will not be streaming Worlds here on this channel, but you should go check out the official Force of Will TCG YouTube channel. Absolutely check them out and subscribe if you haven't already. They do all kinds of cool announcements and everything else, and they will be doing the live stream coverage of Worlds, whereas we will be serving as like side press junky stuff, or press jacket stuff. Is that what the term is? As well as doing ABC content coverage and video recordings and stuff and player interviews from the Worlds experience. So the kind of like player side of the Worlds experience, whereas the official channel is going to handle the tournament side of the Worlds experience. So looking forward to that. We'll have feature matches up for the rest of this month. Tune in this week. We have a very cool, this coming week, we're going to have a very cool Crimson Moon Battleground kind of showcase where we have Grim plus Fault Gold Fairy Tale stuff versus Kaguya 1 plus Fault Gold for some like standby shenanigans, which are very cool decks. We're looking forward to seeing that kind of stuff and looking forward to seeing you all. If you like what we did, you want to consider supporting the channel. If you haven't already, you can click that join junket. Thank you very much. If you haven't already checked that membership button down below, you can check that out and show us your support that way. And just also than that, share the videos and we'll tune into you soon. So until next time, this has been DMO73 saying, class dismissed.